Hello, my whispered ones. Tonight, we embark on a journey through the stars, exploring the life and legacy of a man whose name echoes through the halls of science, Galileo Galilei. Known as the father of modern science, Galileo's relentless pursuit of truth and knowledge forever changed our understanding of the universe. He dared to look beyond the accepted beliefs of his time, challenging the very foundations of what we thought we knew. Galileo's work laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution, and his discoveries continue to inspire scientists, thinkers, and dreamers around the world. So, get comfortable, close your eyes, and let's delve into the story of a man who dared to gaze at the stars and question the heavens. In this journey, we will explore the many facets of Galileo Galilei's life, from his humble beginnings in Pisa to his groundbreaking discoveries that reshaped our view of the cosmos. We will dive into his early scientific contributions, where his keen observations began to challenge long-held beliefs. We'll follow his path as he turns his gaze to the heavens, making telescopic discoveries that would not only change astronomy forever but also ignite one of the greatest controversies in the history of science. We'll witness the struggle of a man caught between the pursuit of knowledge and the powerful forces that sought to silence him. And finally, we'll reflect on his enduring legacy, how Galileo's bold ideas laid the foundation for modern science and continue to influence our world today. So, join me as we uncover the remarkable story of Galileo Galilei, a true pioneer of the stars. Galileo Galilei's contributions to science are nothing short of revolutionary. He was a trailblazer who bridged the gap between ancient and modern science, introducing methods of observation, experimentation, and mathematical analysis that became the foundation of the scientific method. His work with the telescope revealed the secrets of the heavens, from the craters on the moon to the moons of Jupiter, shattering the long-held belief that the Earth was the center of the universe. Galileo's support for the heliocentric model, which placed the Sun at the center of the solar system, challenged the doctrines of the time and set the stage for the scientific revolution. Beyond astronomy, his studies in physics, particularly on motion and mechanics, laid the groundwork for Newton's laws of motion. Galileo's relentless pursuit of truth and his courage to challenge established norms not only advanced science but also inspired a new way of thinking, one that continues to shape our understanding of the world today. On February 15, 1564, in the city of Pisa, Italy, a child was born who would one day change the course of history, Galileo Galilei. Born into a family of modest means, Galileo was the first of 6 children. His father, Vincenzo Galilei, was a talented musician and a scholar, instilling in young Galileo an early appreciation for the arts and the importance of intellectual inquiry. Pisa, a city known for its rich cultural heritage and its iconic Leaning Tower, would serve as the backdrop for Galileo's early life. Little did the world know that this newborn, cradled in the heart of Renaissance Italy, would grow up to challenge the very foundations of science and religion, setting humanity on a new path of discovery and understanding. Galileo Galilei was born into a family that valued both music and education. His father, Vincenzo Galilei, was a well-known musician and music theorist who played a key role in shaping in Galileo's intellectual development. Vincenzo believed in the importance of questioning established doctrines, a trait that he passed on to his son. This spirit of inquiry would later become a defining characteristic of Galileo's scientific work. As a child, Galileo was curious and eager to learn, showing an early interest in the natural world. His family moved to Florence when he was still a young boy, and it was here that Galileo began his formal education. His father, hoping for a prosperous career for his son, initially encouraged him to study medicine. At the age of 11, Galileo was sent to the Camaldolese monastery at Vallombrosa, where he received his early education in classical subjects, including Latin and Greek, as well as logic and rhetoric. However, Galileo's true passion lay in mathematics and the sciences. Against his father's wishes, he began to study mathematics under the guidance of Ostilio Ricci, a court mathematician. Galileo quickly excelled, developing a deep love for the subject that would guide him throughout his life. His youthful enthusiasm for understanding how the world worked would soon lead him to Galileo Galilei's university years, marked the beginning of his deep engagement with the scientific and mathematical principles that would later define his career. In 1581, at the age of 17, Galileo enrolled at the University of Pisa, following his father's wishes to study medicine. However, it soon became clear that Galileo's true interests lay elsewhere. He found the study of medicine uninspiring, and his attention quickly turned to mathematics and natural philosophy. Despite his official enrollment in the medical program, Galileo began to attend lectures on mathematics and physics, drawn to the logical structure and empirical approach that these subjects offered. It was during this time that he first encountered the works of classical mathematicians like Euclid and Archimedes, which captivated his imagination and led him to question the Aristotelian doctrines that dominated the academic landscape. In 1585, after studying at the University of Pisa for several years, Galileo left without obtaining a degree. His departure was not a failure, but rather a turning point that allowed him to fully immerse himself in the study of mathematics. Galileo returned to Florence, where he began to tutor students in mathematics and continued his own studies independently. His work soon attracted the attention of influential patrons, leading to his appointment as a lecturer in mathematics at the University of Pisa in 1589. Galileo's academic career quickly gained momentum. At Pisa, he began to publicly challenge the Aristotelian view of physics, particularly the idea that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones. His lectures were controversial and often clashed with the views of his colleagues, but they also showcased his boldness and innovative thinking. In 1592, Galileo's reputation as a mathematician and scientist earned him a prestigious position as the chair of mathematics at the University of Padua, one of the most renowned universities in Europe at the time. During his 18 years at Padua, Galileo flourished both as a teacher and a researcher. He conducted experiments, developed new theories, and invented scientific instruments, all while continuing to question and expand upon the scientific knowledge of his day. These years at Padua were among the most productive of Galileo's life. It was here that he began to lay the groundwork for many of his later discoveries, including his work on motion and his improvements to the telescope. Galileo's academic career not only established him as a leading figure in the scientific community but also set the stage for his future confrontations with the powerful institutions of his time, make discoveries that would forever change our understanding of the universe. Galileo's passion for mathematics and scientific inquiry began to take root during his teenage years, despite his father's initial push towards a career in medicine. While studying at the University of Pisa, where he was enrolled to pursue a medical degree, Galileo found himself irresistibly drawn to the study of mathematics. He attended lectures on geometry and algebra, and it wasn't long before his fascination with the subject eclipsed his medical studies. This newfound passion was ignited further under the mentorship of Ostilio Ricci, a distinguished mathematician who recognized Galileo's potential. Ricci introduced Galileo to the works of Euclid and Archimedes, which profoundly influenced his thinking. Galileo became captivated by the precision and logic of mathematics, seeing in it a powerful tool to describe the natural world. Galileo's interest in mathematics soon expanded into a broader curiosity about the physical world. He began conducting experiments, often in unconventional ways, to test the principles he was learning. One famous story, the likely apocryphal, tells of Galileo dropping objects of different weights from the Leaning Tower of Pisa to demonstrate that their rate of fall was not dependent on their mass, contradicting the long-held Aristotelian belief. As his interest in scientific research grew, Galileo started questioning the established doctrines of the time, which were largely based on the teachings of Aristotle. He sought to understand the natural world through observation and experimentation, laying the groundwork for his future discoveries. Galileo's early experiments and his relentless pursuit of knowledge would soon lead him to challenge the most fundamental beliefs of his era, paving the way for the scientific revolution. Galileo Galilei's journey into the world of scientific discovery began with a series of early works that showcased his innovative thinking and laid the groundwork for his future contributions to science. These initial studies, though sometimes overshadowed by his later achievements, were crucial in establishing Galileo's reputation as a brilliant and original thinker. One of Galileo's earliest scientific interests was the study of motion, a subject that had been dominated by Aristotelian physics for centuries. Aristotle had taught that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones, a belief that went largely unchallenged until Galileo began to test it through experimentation. According to a well-known, though possibly apocryphal, story, Galileo conducted an experiment from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, dropping two objects of different weights and observing that they hit the ground at the same time. This simple yet revolutionary experiment challenged the accepted wisdom of the time and laid the foundation for the modern study of kinematics. Another significant early contribution was Galileo's work on the pendulum. In 1583, while still a student, Galileo is said to have observed a swinging chandelier in Pisa's cathedral. He noticed that the time it took for the chandelier to complete a swing was independent of the amplitude of the swing. This observation led to the discovery of the isochronism of the pendulum, a principle that would later be fundamental to the development of accurate timekeeping devices. Galileo's fascination with the pendulum continued throughout his life, and it became a key element in his studies of motion and mechanics. Galileo's innovative spirit also extended to the field of technology. In 1593, he developed a device known as the thermoscope, an early version of the thermometer which could detect changes in temperature. This invention, though simple, was a significant step forward in the study of thermodynamics and showcased Galileo's ability to apply scientific principles to practical tools. Additionally, Galileo made important contributions to the study of hydrostatics, the branch of physics that deals with the characteristics of fluids at rest. His work in this area led to the publication of La Bilancetta, the Little Balance, a treatise in which he described a hydrostatic balance for measuring the specific gravity of objects. This work not only demonstrated Galileo's skill as a mathematician and physicist, but also his capacity for critical thinking and experimentation. These early scientific works were just the beginning of Galileo's career, but they already revealed his willingness to challenge established ideas and his commitment to understanding the natural world through observation and experimentation. Galileo's early discoveries set the stage for his later, more famous contributions to science, and they remain a testament to his genius and enduring legacy. One of Galileo Galilei's most significant early contributions to science was his observation and analysis of the motion of the pendulum. This discovery, which began with a simple observation in Pisa's cathedral, would have far-reaching implications for the study of timekeeping and the physics of motion. According to the story, in 1583, while still a student at the University of Pisa, Galileo observed a chandelier swinging from the ceiling of the cathedral. He noticed something remarkable. Despite the chandelier's swings varying in size, the time it took to complete each swing, or period, remained nearly constant. This observation sparked Galileo's curiosity, leading him to conduct more detailed experiments on pendulum motion. Galileo's experiments revealed that the period of a pendulum is independent of the amplitude of the swing, meaning that a pendulum takes the same amount of time to complete a swing, whether the arc is large or small. This property, known as the isochronism of the pendulum, was a groundbreaking discovery. It challenged the prevailing Aristotelian views on motion and suggested a new way to understand the mechanics of swinging objects. To test his observations, Galileo conducted numerous experiments, using different pendulums and varying the lengths and masses of the bobs. He carefully measured the time it took for each pendulum to complete a swing, using his own pulse as a rudimentary timing device. Through these experiments, Galileo confirmed that the period of a pendulum depends primarily on its length, not on the mass of the bob or the amplitude of the swing. The implications of Galileo's discovery were profound. The concept of pendulum isochronism would later be applied by Dutch scientist Christiaan Huygens in the development of the first pendulum clock in the 17th century, revolutionizing timekeeping with unprecedented accuracy. Galileo himself recognized the potential of the pendulum as a timekeeping device and even sketched designs for a pendulum clock, though he never constructed one during his lifetime. Galileo's study of the pendulum also played a crucial role in his broader exploration of motion and mechanics. His insights into the regularity and predictability of pendulum motion contributed to his later work on the laws of motion, which would ultimately influence Isaac Newton and the development of classical mechanics. The simple yet profound observation of a swinging chandelier in a cathedral became a key moment in the history of science, highlighting Galileo's ability to draw significant conclusions from everyday phenomena. His work on the pendulum remains a testament to his innovative thinking and his commitment to understanding the natural world through careful observation and experimentation. Now, my whispered ones, let me take you back to a moment that has become almost legendary in the annals of science, a tale of bold experimentation and the defiance of ancient wisdom. This is the story of Galileo Galilei and the famous Pisa Tower experiment. According to the legend, Galileo, ever the inquisitive scientist, climbed the leaning tower of Pisa with two objects of different weights in his hands. With a crowd of onlookers below, he released both objects from the tower's heights, letting them fall freely to the ground. The spectators gasped as they witnessed a surprising outcome. Both objects hit the ground at the same time, defying the Aristotelian belief that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones. This simple yet powerful demonstration is said to have struck a blow against the centuries-old teachings of Aristotle, proving that the speed of a falling object is independent of its mass. The story has become one of the most iconic episodes in the history of science, often cited as a turning point in the understanding of motion. But, as with many tales from the past, the reality is a bit more complex. There is no concrete evidence that Galileo ever performed this dramatic experiment in the way the legend suggests. The story first appeared in the works of Galileo's student, Vincenzo Viviani, years after Galileo's death. It's possible that Viviani, wanting to emphasize his mentor's brilliance, embellished the story to create a more striking narrative. In truth, Galileo's challenge to Aristotelian physics was more likely the result of careful thought, observation, and smaller-scale experiments rather than a single grand demonstration from the Leaning Tower. Galileo was a meticulous scientist, known for his methodical approach to experimentation. He likely conducted numerous experiments using inclined planes and other apparatuses to study the motion of objects and to arrive at his revolutionary conclusions about the laws of motion. Whether or not Galileo actually stood atop the Leaning Tower and dropped those weights is a mystery lost to time. But what remains clear is the impact of his ideas. By questioning the established doctrines and using experimentation to seek the truth, Galileo paved the way for a new understanding of the natural world, one that would forever alter the course of science. So, my whispered ones, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember that sometimes the most powerful discoveries are born not from grand gestures, but from the quiet persistence of inquiry and the courage to question the world around us. My whispered ones, as we continue our journey through the life of Galileo Galilei, let me guide you to one of his most profound works, a book that not only showcased his brilliance but also marked a pivotal moment in the history of science. This is the story of Il Saggiatore, or the Assayer, a text that encapsulates Galileo's relentless pursuit of truth and his revolutionary approach to scientific inquiry. Published in 1623, Il Saggiatore was more than just a book. It was a response to a scientific debate that had captured the attention of the intellectual community of the time. The debate centered around the nature of comets, a celestial phenomenon that had long intrigued and puzzled scholars. Galileo's opponent, a Jesuit mathematician named Orazio Grassi, argued that comets were distant objects in the heavens, moving in predictable paths. Galileo, however, disagreed. In Il Saggiatore, he presented a different interpretation, suggesting that comets were optical phenomena caused by the refraction of light in the Earth's atmosphere. While Galileo's theory about comets was eventually proven incorrect, The importance of Il Saggiatore lay not in the accuracy of its conclusions, but in the method of reasoning it employed. The book is written as a dialogue, a format Galileo often favored, allowing him to explore complex ideas through the voices of different characters. Il Saggiatore is filled with sharp wit, brilliant rhetoric, and a deep commitment to the principles of the scientific method. In its pages, Galileo articulated his belief that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics, and that understanding the natural world requires careful observation, experimentation, and logical reasoning. One of the most famous passages from Il Saggiatore reflects this idea. Philosophy is written in that great book which ever lies before our eyes, I mean the universe, but we cannot understand it if we do not first learn the language and grasp the symbols in which it is written. It is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometric figures, without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these, one is wandering about in a dark labyrinth. Through this work, Galileo not only defended his views against his critics, but also laid out a vision of science that emphasized empirical evidence and mathematical precision. Il Saggiatore became a cornerstone of the scientific revolution, helping to shift the focus of scientific inquiry away from purely philosophical speculation to a more rigorous, methodical approach. Galileo's contributions to science, as showcased in Il Saggiatore, went far beyond his specific theories. He championed a way of thinking that valued skepticism, critical analysis, and the relentless search for truth. His work helped to liberate science from the constraints of dogma and tradition, opening the door to a new era of discovery. As you drift into sleep, my whispered ones, let the wisdom of Galileo's words linger in your mind. Remember that the pursuit of knowledge is not always a straight path, but one filled with questions, challenges, and the courage to see the world through new eyes. My whispered ones, close your eyes and imagine a time when the night sky was a vast, uncharted ocean, its mysteries hidden from the eyes of humankind. It was a time when the heavens were believed to be perfect and unchanging, with the earth at the center of it all. But one man dared to challenge these ancient beliefs, peering deeper into the cosmos than anyone had ever done before. This man was Galileo Galilei, and with a simple yet powerful tool, his telescope, he unlocked the secrets of the universe. In 1609, Galileo learned of a new invention from the Netherlands, a device that could magnify distant objects, bringing them closer to view. Fascinated by the possibilities, Galileo set to work crafting his own version of this instrument. With his keen understanding of optics, he improved upon the original design, creating a telescope that could magnify objects up to 30 times their size. And so, on a clear night, Galileo pointed his telescope towards the heavens and began to explore. What he discovered would forever change our understanding of the universe. One of his first observations was the moon, and what he saw shocked him. Instead of the smooth, perfect sphere described by Aristotle, Galileo observed that the moon's surface was rough and uneven, covered with mountains and valleys. This was a direct challenge to the belief that the celestial bodies were flawless and divine. Galileo's gaze then turned to Jupiter, the largest planet in the night sky. Through his telescope, he saw 4 small stars near the planet. Over several nights of observation, Galileo realized that these stars were not fixed in the sky, but were actually moons orbiting Jupiter. This discovery was monumental. It provided the first clear evidence that not everything in the universe revolved around the Earth. These moons, later named the Galilean moons in his honor, demonstrated that other centers of motion existed in the cosmos. Galileo continued his exploration, observing the phases of Venus, which closely resembled the phases of the Moon. This observation provided strong support for the heliocentric model proposed by Copernicus, in which the planets, including Earth, orbit the Sun. The phases of Venus could only be explained if Venus orbited the Sun, further undermining the geocentric model that placed Earth at the center of the universe. Galileo also studied the Milky Way, revealing that it was not a cloud-like structure, as previously thought, but a collection of countless stars, far too numerous to be seen with the naked eye. This discovery expanded the known universe and hinted at the vastness of space beyond our comprehension. These telescopic discoveries did more than just expand our knowledge of the cosmos, they challenged the very foundations of the established worldview. Galileo's observations provided concrete evidence that the heavens were not perfect and unchanging and that the earth was not the center of all things. His work paved the way for future astronomers and fundamentally altered our place in the universe. As you drift into sleep, my whispered ones, let your mind wander through the stars, just as Galileo's did all those centuries ago. Remember that with curiosity and courage, we too can uncover the mysteries of the universe, one discovery at a time. My whispered ones, as we continue our journey through the cosmos with Galileo Galilei, let's focus on 3 of his most groundbreaking discoveries, each one a revelation that shook the foundations of the world as it was known. First, let us turn our gaze to the moon. For centuries, it was believed that the moon was a perfect, smooth sphere, a divine body reflecting the glory of the heavens. But when Galileo pointed his telescope towards this familiar celestial neighbor, he saw something quite different. The moon's surface was not smooth at all. Through his lens, Galileo observed mountains and craters, shadows and ridges, a rugged landscape that bore a striking resemblance to the earth itself. This revelation was profound. It suggested that the moon was not so different from our own world, challenging the idea that celestial bodies were flawless and unchanging. Next, Galileo directed his telescope towards Jupiter, the giant of our solar system. There, he made a discovery that would forever alter our understanding of the universe. Near Jupiter, Galileo observed 4 small stars that seemed to dance around the planet. Night after night, he watched as these stars moved, changing position in a way that could only mean one thing: they were orbiting Jupiter. These were not stars at all, but moons, and they were the first objects ever observed to be orbiting a planet other than Earth. Galileo's discovery of what we now call the Galilean moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, provided undeniable evidence that not everything in the cosmos revolved around the Earth. This was a direct challenge to the geocentric model that had dominated for centuries. Finally, let's turn to Venus, the brightest planet in our sky. When Galileo observed Venus through his telescope, he noticed something extraordinary. Venus exhibited phases, much like our own moon. It moved through a full set of phases from crescent to full and back again. This observation was crucial, as it could only be explained if Venus orbited the Sun, not the Earth. The phases of Venus provided strong support for the heliocentric model of the solar system proposed by Copernicus, in which the Sun, not the Earth, was at the center. These 3 discoveries, the rugged surface of the moon, the moons of Jupiter, and the phases of Venus, were more than just observations. They were revelations that challenged the very core of the established worldview. Galileo's use of the telescope transformed our understanding of the universe, showing that the heavens were far more complex and dynamic than previously imagined. As you drift into sleep, my whispered ones, imagine Galileo gazing up at the night sky, uncovering secrets that had been hidden for millennia. Let his discoveries remind you that with the right tools and a curious mind, there are no limits to what we can learn about the universe around us. My whispered ones, as we reflect on the groundbreaking discoveries made by Galileo Galilei, it's important to understand just how profound their impact was on the world of astronomy during his time. Galileo's observations were not merely additions to existing knowledge, they were revolutionary insights that challenged and ultimately transformed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Before Galileo pointed his telescope to the heavens, the dominant model of the universe was the geocentric system, based on the teachings of Aristotle and Ptolemy. This model placed the Earth at the center of the universe, with all other celestial bodies, planets, stars, and the sun revolving around it. The heavens were considered perfect, unchanging realms, distinct from the imperfect Earth below. This view was deeply intertwined with both scientific thought and religious doctrine, and it had gone largely unchallenged for centuries. But Galileo's discoveries began to unravel this ancient cosmology. His observation of the moon's rugged surface shattered the belief that celestial bodies were flawless and divine. Instead, it suggested that the heavens were made of the same material as the Earth, blurring the line between the terrestrial and the celestial. The discovery of Jupiter's moons was even more disruptive. For the first time, here was undeniable evidence that not everything revolved around the Earth. The existence of other centers of motion, such as Jupiter, with its own moons, directly contradicted the geocentric model. It opened the door to the possibility that the Earth might not be the center of the universe after all. And then, there were the phases of Venus. This was a discovery that struck at the very heart of the geocentric system. The phases of Venus could only be explained if Venus orbited the Sun, not the Earth. This was strong, empirical support for the heliocentric model proposed by Copernicus, which placed the Sun at the center of the solar system. Galileo's observations provided the evidence that Copernicus had theorized but could not prove. These discoveries did more than just challenge the geocentric model, they ignited a debate that would reshape the future of science. The Church, which had long upheld the Ptolemaic system as consistent with Scripture, saw Galileo's findings as a direct threat to its authority. This tension would eventually lead to Galileo's trial and condemnation by the Inquisition. Despite the controversy, Galileo's work laid the groundwork for a new era in astronomy. His use of the telescope as a tool of observation revolutionized the field, setting a new standard for scientific inquiry based on empirical evidence rather than philosophical speculation. His discoveries inspired other astronomers to look beyond the accepted doctrines of the time and to seek their own truths in the stars. In the years that followed, the heliocentric model gained acceptance, and the geocentric view of the universe was gradually abandoned. Galileo's contributions to astronomy were instrumental in this shift, marking the beginning of modern astronomy and the broader scientific revolution. As you close your eyes and drift into the quiet of the night, my whispered ones, remember Galileo's courage in the face of overwhelming opposition. His discoveries remind us that the pursuit of knowledge often requires challenging the established order and that the truth, once revealed, has the power to change the world forever. My whispered ones, as we continue our journey through the life of Galileo Galilei, we arrive at a pivotal moment, one where science and faith collided, and a lone astronomer dared to challenge the powerful doctrines of the Church. This is the story of how Galileo's observations of the heavens brought him into direct conflict with one of the most influential institutions of his time. In the early 17th century, the Catholic Church held immense power, not just in spiritual matters, but in the realm of knowledge as well. The Church had long endorsed the geocentric model of the universe, which placed the Earth at the center of all creation, a belief that aligned with both the teachings of Aristotle and the Scriptures. This view was more than just a scientific model, it was a theological truth intertwined with the Church's understanding of humanity's place in God's creation. But Galileo's telescopic discoveries began to unravel this carefully constructed cosmology. As he peered through his telescope and observed the rugged surface of the moons orbiting Jupiter, and the phases of Venus, Galileo gathered evidence that directly contradicted the geocentric model. These observations supported the heliocentric theory proposed by Copernicus, which placed the Sun, not the Earth, at the center of the solar system. Galileo's findings posed a direct challenge to the Church's teachings. If the Earth was not the center of the universe, then the long-held belief in a divinely ordered cosmos, with humanity at its heart, was called into question. This was not just a scientific debate, it was a challenge to the very authority of the Church and its interpretation of Scripture. Recognizing the implications of his discoveries, Galileo understood that he was walking a dangerous path. But his commitment to truth and his belief in the power of observation drove him to publish his findings. In 1610, he published Sidereus Nuncius, the Starry Messenger, a work that detailed his telescopic observations and openly supported the heliocentric model. The book was met with widespread acclaim in the scientific community, but it also attracted the attention of the Church. As Galileo continued to promote the heliocentric theory, the Church grew increasingly concerned. In 1616, the Church formally condemned the Copernican model as heretical, declaring it contrary to the teachings of Scripture. Galileo was warned to abandon his support for the heliocentric theory, but he remained convinced of its truth. In 1632, Galileo published his most controversial work, De Logo Sopra I Due Semi Systemi del Mondo, Dialogue concerning the two chief world systems. This book presented the arguments for both the geocentric and heliocentric models, but clearly favored the latter. It was a bold move, and one that would have severe consequences. The Church responded swiftly. Galileo was summoned to Rome and tried by the Roman Inquisition. Accused of heresy, he was forced to recant his support for the heliocentric model and was sentenced to house arrest for the remainder of his life. The trial was a clear message from the Church: challenges to its authority would not be tolerated. Yet, even in his forced silence, Galileo's ideas continued to spread. His observations had already set the wheels of change in motion, and the truth he uncovered could not be easily suppressed. Over time, the heliocentric model gained acceptance, and Galileo's contributions were recognized as pivotal in the scientific revolution. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, remember the courage it took for Galileo to stand by his convictions, even when it meant facing the wrath of one of the most powerful institutions of his time. His story reminds us that the pursuit of truth often requires great bravery, and that the light of knowledge can never be fully extinguished, no matter how fiercely it is opposed. My whispered ones, let's continue our journey through the life of Galileo Galilei by delving into one of the most controversial and courageous decisions of his life, his support for the Copernican model of the universe. This decision not only shaped his scientific legacy but also led him into direct conflict with the powerful institutions of his time. The Copernican model, proposed by the Polish astronomer Nicholas Copernicus in the 16th century, was a revolutionary idea. It suggested that the Sun, not the Earth, was at the center of the solar system, with the planets, including Earth, orbiting around it. This heliocentric theory was a radical departure from the geocentric model, which placed Earth at the center of the universe, a view that had been accepted for centuries and was closely tied to religious doctrine. When Galileo first encountered the Copernican model, he was intrigued but cautious. At the time, the heliocentric theory was controversial and largely rejected by the academic and religious authorities. However, as Galileo made his own telescopic discoveries, observing the moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, and the rugged surface of the moon, he found more and more evidence that supported Copernicus's ideas. These observations could not be easily explained by the geocentric model, but they fit perfectly with the heliocentric view. Galileo became increasingly convinced that the Copernican model was correct, and he began to advocate for it more openly. In 1610, he published Sidereus Nuncius, the Starry Messenger, in which he detailed his telescopic observations that supported the heliocentric theory. The book was a sensation, bringing Galileo both fame and notoriety. Yet, despite the compelling evidence, the heliocentric model remained controversial, especially because it contradicted the teachings of the Church. Galileo's most significant work on the Copernican model came later, in 1632, with the publication of Dialogo sopra I due massimi sistemi del mondo, dialogue concerning the two chief world systems. This book was written as a dialogue between three characters: Salviati, who represents Galileo's own views and defends the Copernican model; Segreto, an open-minded layman; and Simplicio, a staunch supporter of the geocentric model. Through this dialogue, Galileo carefully and skillfully presented the arguments for and against both models, but it was clear that he favored the Copernican view. The dialogue was a masterpiece of scientific argumentation, written in Italian rather than Latin, making it accessible to a broader audience. Galileo's wit and rhetorical skill were on full display as he dismantled the geocentric model and presented the heliocentric theory as the more rational and evidence-based explanation of the cosmos. However, the book's publication would soon lead to dire consequences. The Church, which had already condemned the Copernican model in 1616, saw Galileo's dialogue as a direct challenge to its authority. The character of Simplicio, who represented the geocentric view, was perceived as a thinly veiled caricature of Pope Urban VIII, a former supporter of Galileo who now felt betrayed. The Church moved swiftly, summoning Galileo to Rome to stand trial for heresy. Despite Galileo's efforts to argue that the dialogue was merely a discussion of theoretical ideas, the Inquisition found him guilty of heresy. He was forced to recant his support for the Copernican model and was sentenced to house arrest for the rest of his life. Yet, even under these harsh conditions, Galileo continued to write and think about the universe, his mind undimmed by the weight of his punishment. Galileo's support for the Copernican model was not just a scientific stance, it was an act of intellectual bravery. By choosing to defend a theory that was both scientifically sound and deeply controversial, Galileo placed himself at the forefront of the scientific revolution, challenging the established order and paving the way for future generations of scientists. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, remember the courage it took for Galileo to stand by the truth as he saw it, even in the face of powerful opposition. His legacy reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge is a noble endeavor, one that requires not only intellect but also the courage to challenge the world as it is known. My whispered ones, there comes a time in the life of every great thinker when they must decide to speak their truth, regardless of the consequences. For Galileo Galilei, that moment arrived with the creation of his most daring and controversial work, Dialogo sopra I due semi sistemi del mondo, or Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems. Published in 1632, Dialogo was Galileo's masterpiece, a book that sought to compare the geocentric model of the universe, which placed the Earth at the center, with the heliocentric model, which positioned the Sun at the center of the solar system. Written as a dialogue between three characters, the book was both a scientific argument and a work of art, showcasing Galileo's brilliance not only as a scientist but also as a writer and philosopher. The structure of the book was clever and engaging. The three characters, Salviati, who represented Galileo's own views and defended the Copernican system, Segreto, a neutral and curious observer, and Simplicio, a proponent of the Ptolemaic geocentric model, engaged in a lively debate over the course of 4 days. Through their discussions, Galileo presented the evidence for and against both models of the universe, all the while clearly favoring the heliocentric view. What made Dialogo so powerful was not just the scientific evidence it presented, but the way Galileo wove together observation, logic, and rhetoric to build his case. He detailed the phases of Venus, the moons of Jupiter, and the motion of the tides, all of which supported the Copernican system and challenged the geocentric view. The book was a triumph of reason and evidence over tradition and dogma. However, beneath the book's scholarly tone and careful arguments lay a sharp critique of the established order. The character of Simplicio, who defended the geocentric model, was often portrayed as naive and slow-witted, making his arguments seem weak and outdated. This portrayal was not lost on Galileo's contemporaries, and it was widely believed that Simplicio was a thinly veiled caricature of Pope Urban VIII, who had once been an ally of Galileo. The publication of Dialogo quickly caught the attention of the Church, and not in a favorable way. Despite having received prior permission to publish the book, Galileo soon found himself facing the full wrath of the Roman Catholic Church. The Church had already condemned the heliocentric theory as heretical in 1616, and Galileo's bold defense of it in Dialogo was seen as a direct challenge to ecclesiastical authority. In 1633, Galileo was summoned to Rome to stand trial before the Inquisition. The charges were severe. He was accused of heresy for advocating a theory that contradicted the scriptures. The trial was a dramatic affair, with Galileo forced to defend his life's work before the most powerful institution in Europe. Under immense pressure, Galileo recanted his support for the Copernican model, famously muttering, "E per es I move," and yet it moves, as he did so, a phrase that has come to symbolize the triumph of truth over repression. He was sentenced to house arrest for the remainder of his life, but even in his confinement, Galileo continued to write and think, his spirit unbroken. Dialogo sopra I due semi sistemi del mondo stands as a testament to Galileo's courage and intellect. It was more than just a scientific treatise, it was a bold statement of defiance against the forces of ignorance and oppression. The book's impact was profound, inspiring future generations of scientists and thinkers to question authority and seek the truth, no matter the cost. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, remember Galileo's unwavering commitment to the pursuit of knowledge. His story is a reminder that the path to truth is often fraught with danger, but it is a journey worth taking, for it is through understanding the universe that we come to understand ourselves. My whispered ones, as we delve deeper into the life of Galileo Galilei, we reach a point where his relentless pursuit of truth brought him into direct conflict with one of the most powerful institutions of his time, the Roman Catholic Church. This is a story of courage, conviction, and the heavy price that often accompanies groundbreaking discoveries. In the early 17th century, the Roman Catholic Church held not just spiritual authority but also significant influence over intellectual and scientific discourse. The Church had long endorsed the geocentric model of the universe, which placed the Earth at the center, as this view was seen to align with scriptural teachings. The idea that the heavens revolved around the Earth was deeply entrenched, not just as a scientific concept but as a reflection of humanity's special place in creation. Galileo's support for the Copernican heliocentric model, which proposed that the Sun was at the center of the solar system, posed a direct challenge to this worldview. His telescopic observations provided compelling evidence that contradicted the geocentric model, and his writings, particularly Dialogos sopra I dumas semi systemi del mondo, argued forcefully in favor of the heliocentric theory. These ideas, while revolutionary, were also dangerous, as they threatened the Church's authority and its interpretation of Scripture. The Church was quick to react. In 1616, the Congregation of the Index, an institution of the Catholic Church responsible for censoring books and ideas deemed heretical, officially condemned the Copernican theory. The heliocentric model was declared formally heretical because it appeared to contradict the Scriptures, which stated that the Earth was fixed and unmovable. Galileo was personally warned not to hold, teach, or defend Copernican views. For a time, Galileo complied, but he continued to gather evidence and to believe in the truth of the heliocentric model. His decision to publish the Dialogue in 1632, a work that clearly favored the Copernican system, was seen as a defiance of the Church's earlier decree. The book's publication set off alarm bells within the Church, particularly as it was widely read and admired across Europe. The character of Simplicio in the Dialogue, who defended the geocentric view and often appeared foolish, was interpreted by many as a thinly veiled critique of Pope Urban VIII, who had once been an ally of Galileo. Feeling betrayed and threatened, the Pope ordered a full investigation into Galileo's work. In 1633, Galileo was summoned to Rome to stand trial before the Roman Inquisition. The trial was a grim affair, with Galileo, now in his late 60s, facing charges of heresy. The Church demanded that he renounce his support for the heliocentric theory. Under immense pressure, and with the threat of torture looming over him, Galileo was forced to recant his views publicly. He famously muttered, "E per es I move, and yet it moves," a phrase that has become legendary, symbolizing the resilience of truth despite persecution. Galileo was sentenced to house arrest for the remainder of his life. He returned to his villa in Arcetri, near Florence, where he continued his scientific work in secret, despite his declining health. His eyesight deteriorated, eventually leading to blindness, but his mind remained sharp. Even in his final years, Galileo continued to write and correspond with other scientists, his spirit unbroken by the Church's attempts to silence him. The Church's reaction to Galileo's theories and the challenges he faced serve as a powerful reminder of the dangers that often accompany the pursuit of knowledge. Galileo's struggle was not just a battle over the mechanics of the heavens, but a conflict over the very nature of truth and the right to question authority. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, think of Galileo, who stood firm in his convictions even when the world seemed to stand against him. His story teaches us that the pursuit of truth is a noble endeavor, one that requires both courage and resilience in the face of adversity. My whispered ones, as we journey further into the life of Galileo Galilei, we arrive at a dark and fateful chapter, one where the pursuit of knowledge collided with the formidable power of the Church. This is the story of Galileo's trial before the Roman Inquisition, a moment in history where science and faith stood in stark opposition. In the early 17th century, the Roman Catholic Church was not just a spiritual authority but also a guardian of the intellectual and moral order of society. The Church had long upheld the geocentric model of the universe, which placed the Earth at the center, as it was believed to align with the Scriptures. Any challenge to this view was seen as not only a scientific dispute but a threat to the Church's authority and its interpretation of divine truth. Galileo's support for the Copernican heliocentric model, which positioned the Sun at the center of the solar system, directly challenged this doctrine. His telescopic discoveries provided evidence that contradicted the geocentric model, and his writings, particularly the dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, argue convincingly in favor of the heliocentric theory. This bold defense of a controversial idea brought Galileo into the crosshairs of the Church. In 1632, the publication of the dialogue sparked outrage within the Vatican. The book's clear preference for the heliocentric model, combined with its portrayal of the geocentric view as outdated and misguided, was seen as a direct affront to Church teachings. Moreover, the character of Simplicio, who defended the geocentric model and was often portrayed as foolish, was interpreted by many as a subtle mockery of Pope Urban VIII, who had once been a supporter of Galileo. The Church's response was swift and severe. In 1633, Galileo was summoned to Rome to stand trial before the Roman Inquisition. The Inquisition was a powerful and feared institution, tasked with rooting out heresy and punishing those who challenged the doctrines of the Church. Galileo, now an old man of nearly 70, was accused of heresy for advocating the heliocentric theory, a view that the Church had already condemned as heretical in 1616. The trial was a tense and somber affair. Galileo was interrogated, and the Inquisition presented evidence of his writings and teachings in support of the Copernican model. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Galileo initially defended his work, arguing that the heliocentric model was a mathematical tool rather than a literal description of the universe. However, the Inquisition was not swayed. Faced with the threat of torture and the possibility of a death sentence, Galileo ultimately recanted his support for the heliocentric theory. On June 22, 1633, in a ceremony at the Church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva in Rome, Galileo was forced to kneel before the Inquisition and publicly renounce his beliefs. According to legend, after his recantation, Galileo muttered the famous words, "E per es I move, and yet it moves," a quiet defiance, asserting that despite his forced confession, the earth did indeed move around the sun. Galileo was sentenced to house arrest for the remainder of his life. He was forbidden to publish any further works and was closely monitored by the Church. Despite these restrictions, Galileo continued to write and conduct research in secret, his spirit unbroken by the Church's attempts to silence him. The trial of Galileo Galilei stands as a powerful symbol of the conflict between science and authority. It was not just a trial of one man's ideas but clash between two worldviews, one rooted in tradition and dogma, and the other in observation and reason. Galileo's willingness to stand by the truth, even in the face of immense pressure, has inspired generations of scientists and thinkers. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, remember the courage of Galileo, who faced the might of the Church with a heart full of conviction. His story reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey fraught with challenges, but it is a journey worth taking, for it leads us ever closer to the truth. My whispered ones, as we reach the closing chapters of Galileo Galilei's life, we find ourselves in a place of quiet isolation, a place where the brilliance of his mind was confined within the walls of his own home. This is the story of Galileo's conviction by the Roman Inquisition and the years he spent under house arrest, a punishment that could not silence his relentless pursuit of knowledge. After his trial in 1633, Galileo was convicted of heresy for his unwavering support of the Copernican heliocentric model, which placed the sun at the center of the solar system. The Church, having already declared this view heretical, saw Galileo's defense of it in his book Dialogo sopra I due massimi sistemi del mondo as a direct challenge to its authority. The trial had forced Galileo, under immense pressure, to publicly recant his beliefs, but the punishment did not end there. The Inquisition sentenced Galileo to house arrest for the remainder of his life. No longer free to travel or lecture, Galileo was confined to his villa in Arcetri, near Florence. Though he was spared the harsher punishments that the Inquisition often imposed, such as imprisonment or execution, the sentence of house arrest was a heavy burden for a man of Galileo's intellect and curiosity. The Church sought to silence him, but they could not extinguish the fire of inquiry that burned within him. Galileo's home at Arcetri became both his prison and his sanctuary. Despite his confinement, he continued to work tirelessly, driven by a need to explore the mysteries of the universe. His body may have been restrained, but his mind roamed freely through the cosmos. Even as his health deteriorated and he gradually lost his sight, Galileo remained dedicated to his studies. He was a man who had seen farther than most, both literally and metaphorically, and he was not content to let his knowledge fade away. During these years, Galileo completed what many consider his final masterpiece, Discourses and mathematical demonstrations relating to two new sciences. This work, which he secretly arranged to have published in the Protestant Netherlands to avoid church censorship, focused on the laws of motion and the strength of materials. In it, Galileo laid the groundwork for classical mechanics, building on the ideas he had developed over decades of observation and experimentation. The fact that Galileo continued to produce significant scientific work even under such restrictive conditions is a testament to his resilience and determination. He corresponded with other scientists, mentored students, and remained engaged with the intellectual debates of his time, all while under the watchful eye of the Church. His villa became a hub of quiet intellectual activity, a place where knowledge continued to grow despite the shadows cast by the Inquisition. Galileo's house arrest lasted for nearly a decade, until his death in 1642. He passed away in his bed, blind but not broken, his mind still sharp and full of ideas. The Church may have sought to silence him, but in the end, Galileo's voice only grew louder. His work laid the foundation for the scientific revolution, and his ideas would go on to inspire generations of scientists, including Isaac Newton, who famously said that he stood on the shoulders of giants, Galileo being one of the greatest. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, think of Galileo, who found the strength to continue his quest for knowledge even when the world tried to confine him. His story is a reminder that the pursuit of truth is a journey that knows no bounds, not even the walls of a prison. My whispered ones, as we continue to explore the final years of Galileo Galilei's life, we enter a period marked by both great hardship and incredible resilience. Confined to his home under house arrest, Galileo faced numerous challenges. His freedom was restricted, his health was failing, and his works were closely monitored by the Church. Yet, despite these obstacles, Galileo's determination to uncover the secrets of the universe remained unshaken. This is the story of how, Even in the most difficult conditions, Galileo continued to pursue his passion for science. After his trial and conviction by the Roman Inquisition in 1633, Galileo was sentenced to spend the rest of his life under house arrest. For a man who had once gazed upon the stars and traveled freely across Italy, this confinement was a harsh punishment. His villa in Arcetri, near Florence, became both his sanctuary and his prison. Yet, within these walls, Galileo found the strength to continue his scientific work, refusing to let his circumstances extinguish his thirst for knowledge. One of the greatest challenges Galileo faced during this time was the gradual loss of his eyesight. By the time he was placed under house arrest, Galileo was already experiencing problems with his vision, and within a few years, he became completely blind. For a man whose discoveries have relied so heavily on observation, this was a devastating blow. The stars, planets, and celestial bodies that had once been so vivid through his telescope were now beyond his reach. But even blindness could not stop Galileo. Deprived of his ability to observe the heavens, Galileo turned his mind to other areas of science, relying on his deep understanding of mathematics and physics. With the help of his devoted students, who acted as his eyes and hands, Galileo continued to write, dictate, and revise his work. He may have been physically confined and blind, but his intellect remained as sharp and curious as ever. During these years, Galileo completed one of his most important works, Discourses and mathematical demonstrations relating to two new sciences. This book, which was published in 1638, dealt with the laws of motion and the mechanics of materials, subjects that Galileo had been contemplating for decades. The two new sciences is often considered the foundation of classical mechanics, and it would later influence scientists like Isaac Newton, who built upon Galileo's ideas to formulate his own laws of motion. The process of writing and publishing this book was not easy. The Church closely monitored Galileo's activities, and he was forbidden from publishing anything that contradicted its teachings. To circumvent these restrictions, Galileo arranged for the book to be published in the Protestant Netherlands, where it could reach a wider audience without fear of censorship. This was a bold move, and it demonstrated Galileo's unyielding commitment to the dissemination of knowledge. Despite his physical limitations and the constant scrutiny of the Church, Galileo's spirit remained unbroken. His villa became a quiet center of scientific inquiry, where students and scholars would come to learn from the master. Galileo continued to correspond with other scientists across Europe, sharing his ideas and receiving news of the latest developments in the world of science. Even in isolation, he remained connected to the broader intellectual community, contributing to the ongoing advancement of knowledge. Galileo's perseverance in the face of adversity is a testament to his extraordinary character. He was a man who refused to be silenced, who continued to seek the truth even when the world around him tried to shut him down. His story reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge is not always an easy path, but it is one that must be followed, regardless of the obstacles in our way. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, think of Galileo, who, despite the loss of his sight and the confinement of his body, never lost sight of his passion for understanding the universe. His life teaches us that true knowledge knows no boundaries and that the human spirit, when fueled by curiosity and determination, can overcome even the most difficult of circumstances. My whispered ones, as we approach the twilight of Galileo Galilei's remarkable life, we come to a work that represents the culmination of decades of thought, experimentation, and scientific inquiry. This is the story of Galileo's final masterpiece, Discourses and Mathematical Demonstrations Relating to Two New Sciences, a book that would lay the foundations for modern physics and continue to influence science long after Galileo's time. Written during his years of house arrest, Two New Sciences was Galileo's last major work, published in 1638. Despite the restrictions imposed on him by the Roman Catholic Church, which had condemned his earlier support for the heliocentric model, Galileo's mind remained as active and inquisitive as ever. His eyesight may have failed him, but his intellectual vision was as sharp as it had ever been. In Two New Sciences, Galileo explored two fundamental areas of physics, the strength of materials and the motion of objects. These were topics that Galileo had been contemplating for much of his life, and the book represents a synthesis of his ideas, observations, and experiments over many years. The first part of the book deals with the strength of materials, a subject that had fascinated Galileo since his early days. He examined how different materials respond to stress and strain, how they break or bend under pressure, and how their size and shape influence their strength. Galileo's insights into the behavior of materials laid the groundwork for the field of materials science, providing the basic principles that would guide engineers and scientists for centuries to come. The second part of the book focuses on the motion of objects, particularly the laws of acceleration, velocity, and the trajectory of projectiles. Galileo's experiments with inclined planes and pendulums led him to develop the concept of uniform acceleration, which was a significant departure from the Aristotelian view that had dominated physics for centuries. He also explored the parabolic trajectory of projectiles, demonstrating that objects in motion followed predictable paths based on mathematical principles. One of the most important contributions of Two New Sciences was Galileo's formulation of the law of falling bodies, which states that in the absence of air resistance, all objects fall at the same rate, regardless of their mass. This was a radical idea that challenged the long-held belief that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones. Galileo's work on motion would later influence Sir Isaac Newton, who built upon Galileo's ideas to develop his own laws of motion and the theory of gravity. Two New Sciences was published in the Protestant Netherlands, far from the reach of the Catholic Church's censors. This allowed Galileo to share his findings with the world, despite the restrictions placed upon him. The book was well received by the scientific community and became a cornerstone of classical mechanics, influencing generations of scientists and engineers. Galileo's Two New Sciences is more than just a scientific treatise, it is a testament to the enduring power of the human mind. Even in the face of adversity, with his freedom restricted and his body weakened by age, Galileo continued to push the boundaries of knowledge. His final work stands as a tribute to his relentless curiosity and his unyielding belief in the power of observation and reason. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, let the story of Galileo's Two New Sciences remind you that the pursuit of knowledge is a lifelong journey, one that can continue even in the most challenging circumstances. Galileo's legacy is a beacon of light, guiding us towards a deeper understanding of the world and the universe beyond. My whispered ones, as we approach the final chapter of Galileo Galilei's extraordinary life, we encounter a period marked by both profound sorrow and unwavering determination. This is the story of Galileo's gradual loss of sight and the indomitable spirit that carried him through his final years. By the time Galileo was placed under house arrest in 1633, he was already experiencing problems with his eyesight. For a man whose discoveries had been so deeply rooted in observation, the deterioration of his vision was a devastating blow. Over the years, Galileo's condition worsened, and by 1638, he was completely blind. The stars, moons, and planets that had once been so vivid through his telescope were now lost to him forever. Yet, despite this profound loss, Galileo's intellectual curiosity remained undiminished. Even in blindness, his mind continued to explore the mysteries of the universe. He adapted to his new reality with remarkable resilience, relying on his deep understanding of mathematics and physics to continue his work. With the help of devoted assistants and students who acted as his eyes and hands, Galileo continued to dictate his ideas, revise his writings, and correspond with other scholars. One of the most remarkable aspects of Galileo's final years is how he refused to let his blindness define him. While the world around him grew darker, his mind remained a beacon of light, illuminating new paths of scientific inquiry. His villa in Arcetri, where he spent his last years under house arrest, became a quiet center of learning where students would gather to hear the wisdom of the great scientist. Despite his physical limitations, Galileo remained deeply engaged with the intellectual debates of his time, mentoring the next generation of scientists and continuing to influence the course of scientific thought. In 1638, the same year he lost his sight entirely, Galileo published his final major work, Discourses and Mathematical Demonstrations relating to two new sciences. This book, which dealt with the strength of materials and the motion of objects, was a culmination of his life's work and laid the foundation for classical mechanics. It was a testament to his resilience and his unwavering commitment to the pursuit of knowledge, even in the face of overwhelming challenges. Galileo's last years were also marked by a deep sense of isolation. Though his mind remained sharp, his body grew weaker, and the restrictions of house arrest prevented him from traveling or engaging with the broader scientific community as he once had. Yet, even in this isolation, Galileo found solace in his work and in the knowledge that his ideas would live on, inspiring future generations. On January 8, 1642, Galileo Galilei passed away in his villa in Arcetri at the age of 77. He was buried quietly, his death marking the end of an era but the beginning of a legacy that would shape the future of science. Despite the Church's efforts to suppress his ideas, Galileo's contributions to science could not be silenced. His discoveries, his methods, and his spirit of inquiry would go on to inspire countless scientists, including Isaac Newton, who built upon Galileo's work to develop the laws of motion and universal gravitation. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, remember Galileo's journey, a journey of discovery, courage, and resilience. His life teaches us that even in the face of loss and adversity, the pursuit of knowledge is a noble endeavor, one that can illuminate the darkest of times and guide us toward a deeper understanding of the world and ourselves. My whispered ones, as we reflect on the life and legacy of Galileo Galilei, it is impossible not to marvel at the lasting impact he has had on the world of science, and particularly on the field of astronomy. Galileo's work did more than just challenge the prevailing ideas of his time. It laid the foundation for modern science and changed the way we understand the universe. Galileo is often referred to as the father of modern astronomy, and for good reason. His use of the telescope to observe the heavens was revolutionary. Before Galileo, telescopes had been used primarily as a tool for navigation, but Galileo saw the potential for something far greater. By turning his telescope to the night sky, Galileo opened a new window into the cosmos, revealing details that had been invisible to the naked eye. One of his most significant contributions to astronomy was the discovery of the four largest moons of Jupiter, now known as the Galilean moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. This discovery was groundbreaking because it provided clear evidence that not everything in the universe revolved around the Earth, challenging the geocentric model that had been accepted for centuries. The existence of these moons supported the Copernican heliocentric model, which placed the Sun at the center of the solar system and marked a major shift in our understanding of the cosmos. Galileo's observations of the phases of Venus provided further support for the heliocentric model. By showing that Venus went through a full set of phases, similar to those of the Moon, Galileo demonstrated that Venus must orbit the Sun, not the Earth. This was a crucial piece of evidence in favor of the Copernican theory, which had been controversial and largely rejected by the scientific community of the time. Another of Galileo's lasting contributions was his detailed observations of the Moon. Through his telescope, Galileo saw that the Moon's surface was not smooth, as Aristotle had claimed, but covered with mountains, valleys, and craters. This challenged the long-held belief that celestial bodies were perfect and unchanging, suggesting instead that they were much like the Earth, with a complex and varied landscape. Galileo also made important contributions to the study of the Milky Way, revealing that it was not a cloud-like structure, as previously thought, but a collection of countless stars. His observations expanded our understanding of the universe and hinted at the vastness of space beyond what had been imagined. Beyond his astronomical discoveries, Galileo's work in physics laid the groundwork for classical mechanics. His studies on motion, including his experiments with inclined planes and the concept of inertia, were revolutionary. Galileo was the first to articulate the principle of relativity, which states that the laws of physics are the same in any system that is moving at a constant speed in a straight line. This principle would later be expanded upon by Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein, becoming a cornerstone of modern physics. Perhaps Galileo's most enduring legacy is his unwavering commitment to the scientific method. He championed the idea that knowledge should be based on observation, experimentation, and reason rather than on authority or tradition. This approach to science, grounded in empirical evidence, transformed the way we seek to understand the natural world and laid the foundation for the scientific revolution. Galileo's work was not without controversy, and his conflicts with the Church highlight the tension between new ideas and established beliefs. Yet, despite the challenges he faced, Galileo's discoveries and methods paved the way for future generations of scientists. His influence can be seen in the work of Newton, Kepler, and countless others who built upon his ideas to further our understanding of the universe. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, let the legacy of Galileo Galilei inspire you. His life teaches us that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey without end, one that requires courage, curiosity, and a willingness to challenge the unknown. Galileo's contributions to science and astronomy remind us that the universe is vast, full of mysteries waiting to be discovered, and that through exploration and inquiry, we can uncover the truths that shape our world. My whispered ones, as we reach the culmination of our exploration into the life and legacy of Galileo Galilei, we find ourselves reflecting on the profound and lasting impact he has had on modern science. Galileo was more than just an astronomer or a physicist. He was a revolutionary thinker who played a pivotal role in shaping the course of scientific history. His contributions laid the groundwork for what we now call the scientific revolution, a period of profound change in how humanity understands the natural world. Galileo's most significant impact on modern science lies in his unwavering commitment to the empirical method, the idea that knowledge must be based on careful observation, experimentation, and logical reasoning. In a time when much of scientific inquiry was still influenced by ancient philosophy and religious doctrine, Galileo's approach was nothing short of revolutionary. He argued that theories must be tested against the evidence of the senses and that the natural world could be understood through the language of mathematics. This method of inquiry became the cornerstone of modern science, setting the standard for how scientific research is conducted to this day. One of Galileo's most important contributions was his challenge to the Aristotelian view of the universe, which had dominated Western thought for centuries. Aristotle's ideas, which placed the earth at the center of the cosmos and viewed the heavens as perfect and unchanging, were deeply intertwined with religious teachings. By providing evidence to support the heliocentric model of Copernicus and by showing that celestial bodies, like the moon and planets, were imperfect and dynamic, Galileo helped to dismantle the old worldview and usher in a new era of scientific understanding. Galileo's role in the scientific revolution was not limited to his discoveries in astronomy. His work in physics, particularly his studies on motion and mechanics, laid the foundation for classical mechanics, which would later be developed further by Isaac Newton. Galileo's insights into inertia, the laws of falling bodies, and the principle of relativity were groundbreaking, forming the basis of what we now understand as the laws of motion. These concepts are fundamental to modern physics and engineering, and their influence can be seen in everything from the design of buildings to the exploration of space. Moreover, Galileo's willingness to question established authority, whether it was the teachings of Aristotle or the doctrines of the Church, set a powerful example for future scientists. He demonstrated that scientific inquiry requires not only intellect but also courage, a willingness to challenge the status quo, and a commitment to seeking the truth even in the face of opposition. This spirit of inquiry and skepticism became a driving force behind the scientific revolution, inspiring other great minds like Kepler, Descartes, and Newton to explore the mysteries of the natural world without fear of retribution. Galileo's influence extended beyond his own time, shaping the development of the scientific method and the philosophy of science. His work helped to establish the idea that the universe operates according to natural laws that can be discovered through reason and observation rather than through faith or dogma. This shift in thinking was a key element of the scientific revolution, which transformed not only science but also society as a whole, leading to advancements in technology, medicine, and industry that continue to benefit humanity today. In recognizing Galileo as a pioneer of the scientific revolution, we honor his legacy as a thinker who broke free from the constraints of his time to pave the way for the modern world. His life's work reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge is a never-ending journey, one that requires both intellectual rigor and the courage to question what we think we know. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, let the story of Galileo Galilei inspire you. His role as a pioneer of the scientific revolution teaches us that through curiosity, determination, and a relentless search for truth, we can change not only our understanding of the world but also the world itself. My whispered ones, as we conclude our journey through the life and legacy of Galileo Galilei, we reach a chapter that reflects on the redemption of his name and the lasting honor bestowed upon him in modern times. Though Galileo faced condemnation and persecution in his own era, history has since come to recognize him as one of the greatest minds in the history of science, a true pioneer whose contributions have left an indelible mark on humanity. In the centuries following Galileo's death in 1642, the world began to change. The ideas that Galileo had championed, his support for the Copernican model, his belief in the power of observation and experimentation, and his challenge to the authority of the Church in matters of science, gradually gained acceptance. The heliocentric model became widely accepted, and the principles of physics that Galileo had laid down became the foundation of modern science. Yet, despite the undeniable impact of his work, Galileo's name remained tarnished by his trial and condemnation by the Roman Catholic Church. It wasn't until much later that efforts to rehabilitate his reputation began in earnest. In 1741, nearly a century after Galileo's death, Pope Benedict XIV authorized the publication of the first complete edition of Galileo's works, signaling the beginning of a change in the Church's stance. This act was an early step towards acknowledging Galileo's contributions to science and revisiting the circumstances of his trial. The most significant moment in Galileo's rehabilitation came in 1992, when Pope John Paul II formally acknowledged the errors made by the Church in its treatment of Galileo. After a lengthy investigation by the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, the Pope issued a statement that recognized Galileo's contributions to science and admitted that the Church had misunderstood the heliocentric model and its implications for theology. This public acknowledgement was a powerful moment of reconciliation, signaling a recognition of the importance of science and the need for dialogue between faith and reason. In modern times, Galileo is celebrated not only as a scientific genius but also as a symbol of the enduring conflict between reason and authority and the triumph of truth over dogma. His life story is taught in schools around the world, and his name is associated with the birth of modern science. Statues and monuments dedicated to Galileo can be found in cities across Italy and beyond, honoring his contributions to humanity. The year 2009 marked the 400th anniversary of Galileo's first telescopic observations, and it was celebrated as the International Year of Astronomy. This global event highlighted Galileo's role in transforming our understanding of the cosmos and reaffirmed his place as one of the most influential figures in the history of science. Galileo's legacy continues to inspire scientists, thinkers, and dreamers. His work reminds us of the power of observation, the importance of questioning established beliefs, and the need for perseverance in the pursuit of knowledge. The principles he championed, empirical evidence, mathematical reasoning, and a commitment to truth, are the foundation upon which modern science is built. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, let the story of Galileo's rehabilitation and enduring legacy serve as a reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is a noble endeavor, one that transcends time and challenges. Galileo's life teaches us that even when the world may seem to stand against us, the truth will eventually prevail, and our contributions to understanding the universe will be remembered long after we are gone. My whispered ones, as we bring our journey through the life of Galileo Galilei to a close, we turn our thoughts to the enduring legacy of this remarkable man. Galileo's contributions to science were profound in his own time, but their significance has only grown in the centuries since his death. Today, his legacy stands as a cornerstone of modern science, a guiding light that continues to illuminate the path of inquiry and discovery. Galileo's most enduring gift to humanity is his role in the development of the scientific method, a systematic approach to understanding the natural world that relies on observation, experimentation, and evidence. This method, which Galileo championed with such fervor, has become the foundation of all scientific endeavors. It is the reason we are able to unlock the mysteries of the universe, develop life-saving medicines, and advance technology in ways that were unimaginable in Galileo's time. In the field of astronomy, Galileo's impact is particularly profound. His use of the telescope to explore the heavens revolutionized our understanding of the cosmos. The moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, the rugged surface of the moon, these discoveries were not just scientific breakthroughs, they were the first steps in a journey that would eventually lead to our exploration of space and our understanding of the vast, complex universe in which we live. Every time we look through a telescope, whether it's a backyard instrument or the Hubble Space Telescope orbiting far above Earth, we are following in Galileo's footsteps. Galileo's insistence on questioning established doctrines and seeking the truth through evidence-based inquiry has also had a lasting influence on the way we think about the world. His willingness to challenge the dominant views of his time, even at great personal risk, set a powerful example for future generations. Today, scientists, thinkers, and innovators continue to draw inspiration from Galileo's courage and intellectual independence. In a world where misinformation can spread easily, Galileo's commitment to evidence and reason remains more relevant than ever. Moreover, Galileo's story serves as a reminder of the importance of freedom of thought and the dangers of suppressing new ideas. His struggle with the Church over the heliocentric model is often cited as a symbol of the conflict between science and authority, and it underscores the need for open dialogue and the acceptance of new perspectives in any field of inquiry. Galileo's legacy reminds us that progress often requires challenging the status quo and that the pursuit of knowledge should never be stifled by fear or dogma. In education, Galileo's life and work continue to inspire students and teachers alike. His discoveries and methods are taught in schools and universities around the world, not just as historical facts, but as a model for how to approach the study of science. The principles he established, observation, experimentation, and critical thinking, are at the heart of scientific education, encouraging new generations to explore, question, and discover. As we look to the future, Galileo's legacy remains a beacon for all those who seek to understand the world around them. His work laid the groundwork for many of the advancements that define our modern age, from space exploration to quantum physics. But perhaps more importantly, Galileo's life serves as a testament to the power of curiosity, the importance of standing by one's convictions, and the belief that the pursuit of truth is a noble and necessary endeavor. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, remember Galileo's legacy, a legacy that lives on in every experiment conducted, every star charted, and every question asked in the name of science. His story is a reminder that the quest for knowledge is an eternal one, and that through curiosity, courage, and determination, we can continue to expand the boundaries of human understanding. My whispered ones, as we reflect on the remarkable life of Galileo Galilei, one quality shines brighter than all others: his unwavering passion for science. This passion, coupled with a steadfast determination, defined his journey and fueled his quest for knowledge, even in the face of immense challenges. It is this relentless drive that we remember and honor, as it was the force that propelled Galileo to uncover truths that would forever change our understanding of the universe. From a young age, Galileo was captivated by the mysteries of the natural world. Whether it was the motion of pendulums, the stars in the night sky, or the mechanics of falling objects, his curiosity knew no bounds. He possessed a deep, insatiable hunger to understand how the world worked, a hunger that could not be satisfied by the accepted teachings of his time. This inner fire drove him to question, to explore, and to seek out answers, no matter where they might lead. Galileo's passion for science was evident in the meticulous care he took in his observations and experiments. He was not content with mere speculation. he sought to prove his ideas through empirical evidence. Whether he was charting the phases of Venus, studying the moons of Jupiter, or measuring the speed of falling objects, Galileo's work was characterized by precision, rigor, and a deep commitment to uncovering the truth. His dedication to the scientific method, observing, testing, and refining his ideas, was revolutionary and set a new standard for scientific inquiry. But Galileo's journey was not without obstacles. His ideas often clashed with the established doctrines of his time, particularly with the teachings of the Church. Yet, even as he faced opposition, persecution, and eventually house arrest, Galileo's passion for science never wavered. He continued to work tirelessly, using whatever resources he had at his disposal, and never lost sight of his goal, to understand the universe as it truly is. Galileo's determination was perhaps most evident during the years of his house arrest. Despite being confined to his home, blind, and closely monitored by the Church, he did not allow these limitations to extinguish his pursuit of knowledge. With the help of his students and assistants, Galileo continued to write, to think, and to contribute to science. His final work, Discourses and mathematical demonstrations relating to two new sciences, completed under these difficult conditions, stands as a testament to his indomitable spirit. What makes Galileo's story so inspiring is not just his discoveries, but the spirit with which he made them. His passion for science was not just a pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, it was a pursuit of truth, driven by a profound belief that the universe could be understood through reason and observation. This passion gave him the strength to challenge authority, to endure hardship, and to remain committed to his work, even when the odds were stacked against him. Galileo's life teaches us that true passion is a powerful force, one that can overcome adversity, challenge the status quo, and push the boundaries of what is possible. His unwavering determination serves as a reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is not a smooth or easy path, but it is a journey worth taking, for it is through this journey that we uncover the truths that shape our world. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, let the passion and determination of Galileo Galilei inspire you. His story is a beacon of hope for all who seek to understand the world, reminding us that with passion and perseverance, we too can achieve great things and leave a lasting legacy for future generations. My whispered ones, as we conclude our journey through the life of Galileo Galilei, I invite you to pause and reflect on the many lessons we can draw from his remarkable story. Galileo's life was not just a tale of scientific discovery, it was a testament to the power of courage, curiosity, and resilience. His story carries with it profound lessons that continue to resonate, reminding us of what it means to seek the truth and pursue our passions, even in the face of adversity. The first lesson we can learn from Galileo is the importance of curiosity. Galileo's life was driven by an insatiable desire to understand the world around him. He looked up at the stars, questioned the accepted beliefs of his time, and sought answers through observation and experimentation. His curiosity led him to challenge long-standing doctrines and to push the boundaries of knowledge. In our own lives, we too must nurture our curiosity, never settling for easy answers and always seeking to explore the unknown. Another powerful lesson from Galileo's story is the value of courage. Galileo dared to speak the truth even when it put him at odds with the most powerful institution of his time, the Church. He knew that his ideas would be met with resistance, yet he stood by his convictions and refused to be silenced. His courage reminds us that standing up for what we believe in, even when it is difficult or unpopular, is essential. In a world where new ideas are often met with skepticism or opposition, Galileo's bravery serves as a reminder that progress requires the willingness to take risks and challenge the status quo. Galileo's story also teaches us the importance of perseverance. Despite the obstacles he faced, his trial, house arrest, and even blindness, Galileo never gave up on his pursuit of knowledge. He continued to work, to think, and to innovate, even in the most challenging circumstances. This perseverance is a testament to the power of determination and resilience. In our own lives, we must remember that setbacks and difficulties are not the end, but opportunities to grow stronger and continue our journey. Perhaps most importantly, Galileo's life reminds us of the enduring value of truth. Galileo was committed to uncovering the truth about the universe, even when it contradicted the established beliefs of his time. His dedication to truth, based on observation and evidence, laid the foundation for modern science. Today, in a world where misinformation and falsehoods can spread easily, Galileo's commitment to truth serves as a powerful reminder that the pursuit of knowledge must always be grounded in evidence and reason. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, my whispered ones, take these lessons from Galileo's story with you. Let his curiosity inspire you to explore the unknown. Let his courage embolden you to stand by your convictions. Let his perseverance remind you to keep going even when the path is difficult. And let his commitment to truth guide you in all that you do. Galileo's story is not just a chapter in the history of science. It is a timeless reminder of the qualities that define the human spirit: curiosity, courage, perseverance, and a relentless pursuit of truth. May these lessons stay with you, guiding you in your own journey through life, as you seek to uncover the mysteries of the world and leave your mark on the future. My whispered ones, as we reach the end of our journey through the life of Galileo Galilei, let's take a moment to reflect on the key points we've explored together. We began by delving into Galileo's early life and his passion for understanding the universe, a passion that led him to challenge the accepted views of his time. We followed his groundbreaking discoveries, from his observations of the moon's rugged surface to the moons of Jupiter and the phases of Venus, each one a revelation that expanded our understanding of the cosmos. We witnessed the struggles Galileo faced as he stood up for the truth, even when it brought him into conflict with the powerful forces of the Church. His trial and subsequent house arrest were dark chapters in his life, yet they did not extinguish his dedication to science. Even in the face of blindness and isolation, Galileo continued to contribute to the world of science, leaving behind a legacy that would inspire generations. We also explored the lasting impact of Galileo's work on modern science and his role as a pioneer of the scientific revolution. His methods, based on observation and experimentation, laid the groundwork for the scientific method we rely on today. And finally, we reflected on the lessons we can all learn from Galileo's life: curiosity, courage, perseverance, and an unwavering commitment to truth. As we close this chapter, I want to leave you with a simple yet profound thought. Galileo's story is a testament to the power of the human spirit. It reminds us that, no matter the obstacles we face, our passion, determination, and commitment to seeking the truth can lead to extraordinary discoveries and lasting change. So, my whispered ones, as you drift into sleep, let Galileo's journey inspire you to pursue your own passions with the same fervor and resilience. Remember that each of us has the potential to make a difference, to challenge the status quo, and to contribute to the greater understanding of the world around us. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of Galileo's life. I hope his story has touched your heart and sparked your curiosity. Until next time, sleep well and dream of the stars.